Well, hello everybody. I had to make me coffee. I'm still a little hoarse from being down since my last stream. Whatever it was hit me pretty good. I didn't even put the Nintendo up. But that means I got a little bit behind on my end of the year work. Now I'm into the new year. 6 days. Hey, let's do this. It's Monday, right? Or is it Tuesday? It's Tuesday. Yeah, because tomorrow is court. I'm gonna be foggy headed, but oh well. I'll give it a go. Computer, shop on. Everything lights up but the multimeter. And I don't have my spectrum analyzer usually come on unless it's absolutely needed. Hot air station's on, and soldering station's on. I shouldn't even have the oscilloscope boot up, but it does. Hey, we've got one package to open. We have transmission controllers I am doing tonight. Okay, something smells like it's burning, but it shouldn't be. That's probably just dust on the soldering irons not being used in a week. Little spidey web. To 10. Didn't have my microscope light switched. Prep. I only need the big gigantic tip today. I do have a package coming in today, later this evening. You guys are tired of this music. I need to change the music, right? Okay, so we are gonna have to clear the bench. I better set the camera up here to do this. Don't need the NES hooked up over here anymore. Of course. You'll hear me cough. I feel like crap still, so make sure I got my fly up this time. I did my unboxing the other day with my fly down. Ow, don't matter. My cow can get out. It needs the roam sometimes. I got a lot of stuff to do. Okay. I'm gonna have to do this one with the camera mic. It's fine. I'll just stay on this side when I do it. Ooh, Cotty. A little bit of behind the scenes here. Don't knock the camera over, Cotty. I'll try to get this done quick. I don't know if this guy sent this in for an exchange. Going. Cotty, she's like, I know you're doing a video. You gotta be in the way. Ow! Jeez. Slice me. Yeah, you guys are just gonna hear me talk. Yeah. I really need to clean this bench off. My whole shop is a disaster. And we have a package right here. You ready, Cotty? Well, you're not ready. This is what I have to deal with. She's just going to sit here and do her thing. Just messed that video up. Kick the tripod. There you go. She knows what to do. Hello, everybody. Well, we are here with the first unboxing of the year. This is another package that came in. It is a mail-in repair. I'm going to assume it's a transmission controller. It is a transmission controller. It is a MR195407. And there's a note. Whoa, about time they start sending notes. Okay. Please rebuild this unit. The vehicle would not shift when cold and intermittently when normal. I unplugged the unit and first and second shifted northly as you suggested. Do not hesitate to call me with questions. Okay. And this is not an emergency unit, so this will go into the normal repair queue. And I'm about 8 days, maybe a little longer right now. Let me give Cotty some cookies so she'll get out of my way. Hey, Cotty gets her cookies. So I will get this in the repair queue for you. I've been a little under the weather, so I'm working a little bit slow. So, and I got a little bit busy week ahead of me, but I will get it done. You are number 6, so you're not that far off. We'll catch you later. Okay. This goes in bin 6. Put it with his note. Oh, man. Okay. Cotty. Did you see her in the little Cotty video? Y'all pushing up against the camera, trying to knock it over. Sometimes she'll get up on the workbench there, and I've really got to get after her to get off that workbench. So. Excuse me for having things. So now we gotta switch cameras, and this is gonna scare the hell out of Cotty because it always does. So you might hear her cry. Okay, you gotta move. I gotta get in here. Yes, I do. But since I'm cutting them open today, I might as well just cut a couple open. So I will save you all the okay. These are my good wheels. Running low on cutoff wheels. Sure, the door is shut so I don't wake the sleeping people. We have the tools. We need the other tool. Let me switch cameras here. Ooh. Ooh, we got a blue screen. Turn that off. Hey, Cotty, you're not gonna like this. Better go hide. I'm warning you. Okay. These are the tools to open up these transmission controllers. Move all these cables. I should not have played Nintendo the last stream. It really made my bench even more of a mess. But I had to do something. Something other than work. Seems like all I do is work, work, work. Never ends. Okay. We're getting there. We've already got one open. Got one open. Gotta open this one. Okay, I need my yellow glasses. These are awesome because it brightens up, makes the faint lines brighter. We will get these two done. These two will be opened up. And this one's left over from last year. This one came in right after Christmas. So I was hoping to get it done last week, but viruses or bacteria came calling. So okay, this is how I cut these open. I first just use a square. This is perfect height. And just use a carbide scribe. Get me a fat line. Little slippage there, but it don't matter. This is the hardest part of this job. Scribe the line. That gives you a pretty even line all the way around. And it all depends on how steady your hands are. And my old age, my hands are not They're not that steady. But I don't know if you can see that line. Ooh, that camera is way too bright, I think. Yeah, for some reason, this OBS don't save this camera setting. No, it's lines. That'll do it. Okay. So, let me just scribe a line all the way around it. Then on the top, I just come in here right between the IMST, CAIT, and it's right between those words. That's where you want to scribe. I already did a video on this once before, but give yourself a little line to go by. And do it again. I got a bunch more of these that I got to do. I just don't feel like doing them. They're for the exchange program. Give you a nice straight line to follow. Like kindergarten, man. But with sharp tools. Second line. If you get the scribe just at the right angle, it just peels it off. So gives you a really nice crisp line. Yeah. Okay, you gotta get down. This is scary. Okay, eyeballs. And Kinetic Customs. Oh yeah, my sleep schedule's all messed up. Yeah, Louis Rossman covered him mocking my wife. So you have to go watch his video and you'll get the full context of it. But I gotta get these chopped open. See how many of these cutoff wheels. I should drop my mic down. Yeah, he did. Let me see here. I'll post it in the oh, Yeti Repairs is streaming too. Let me hey, I'm actually doing work live. I'll turn the mic down so you won't hear the Dremel. Well, I might just drop the gain down. He'll be able to hear it, but yeah, I think I linked it in the description. There it is. Yeah, I have to do my Virago. Yeah, I do the clutch again because I attempted to do it this summer and then I screwed up and yeah. So I'm gonna say hi to Yeti. Yeah, I I really feel bad to this customer that I'm late getting this stuff done, but hello, we all night owls. I can't hear him. I got the fan going. And TCUs. So yeah, I have to thank Rusty Russ and I think it was J Fix. Her oh, my name's drawing a blank. I should memorize the names. I do have them memorized, but my mind's going a zillion miles per hour right now. Lettuce Repair and Rusty Russ Repairs for doing the video editing for me. It was way beyond my horrible editing skills. But yeah, watch that link. That'll then watch the video of the phone call, which is like 20 minutes. But I really got to get cutting these open, so I will bring the my mic audio gain. Right there. And I gotta move Cotty because she's gonna freak out. I'm gonna try to do this with the camera in front of me. It's a pain in the butt. And then I'll switch it back. Once I get these two cut open, I might do them both, all three of them tonight. I don't know. But plastic flies everywhere. Okay. Well, we got those muscly cut open. No, we're not done yet, cockcots. We got the other 3 more lines to do. You want cookies? Ooh. A little stuffed up there. I can't smell the melting plastic, which is a good thing. Okay. We gotta get down. Ah, darn it. Almost got both of them with one. Ooh. Remember, those gets hot. When they break like that, they weld themselves to the plastic. So whenever you break a rotary tool, maybe you break one of those are the ones I... This is the cutoff wheels I use, number 409. Then you're just using brute force. You just gotta... It welds itself to it. If you try to dig it out, you just make more of a mess. So you just break it off. And you're in. And these clean up really, really nice. Can't see what those on now, but my clear ones, clear eyeballs. This is the messy. It takes me like a half hour to clean the shop after I do this. I need to start doing this in a cabinet or something. But I gotta get my face close to it. You're gonna cut all the. You gotta be very, very careful, because if you slip, hit the bonding wires inside there, and then you got yourself a real nightmare. But I can already tell this one's leaking caps. So I can smell it. It smells like fish. Right when you crack them open, you can just... my nose is stuffed, and I still smells like fish. I think that's why Cotty loves the shop, because all the bad capacitors come through here. Bad electrolytics. They do smell like fish. Okay. Yeah, I learned fast never just to wipe these, because they'll stab you. So just clip them. Yeah, you guys will see the X-ray machine here coming up. I kind of did the unboxing with my zipper down, so that's going to be interesting. Okay, get all the heavy stuff off. Yeah, I'm not going to wipe. Usually you just wipe them off with a rag. There's got to be a better way to opening these. I was thinking about maybe investing in an ultrasonic cutter. Do it a little cleaner, a little quicker maybe. But as you see, I went through these really, really quick. I've got practice. I've got 100 and almost 200 of these already I've done. So, and the more of these key vehicles that come in, the better it will be. And now that I've got the X-ray machine, I've X-rayed through the epoxy, because these bonding wires, they go into the epoxy and you don't know where they end. But now I know the main one right here, this cap right there leaks and takes out that bonding wire. But I know I can just grind off now a little bit over here, and I have a pad that I can run a jumper. So I would not have known that to expose just one pad under a little bit of epoxy versus having to dig through a whole bunch of epoxy. So that'll save a whole bunch. I was going to sit there and go through and grind off all this epoxy, but then I said no freaking way. That's going to be way too much work. So I bought an X-ray machine. And there's other things I'm going to use the X-ray machine for too. When looking for in-circuit programming lines, be able to take a picture of a BGA chip and trace out the pins. Or go from the balls to the... Hey, cleans up real nice. I'll take a razor around it too. But yeah, you guys were complaining that I don't do much actual work on the stream, so I figured, why not? Be sick and do work. Okay, another thing that they do when they put the epoxy in here, it flows over the cap base. So sometimes you got to grind away with the little Dremel around those. But this is 1/4-inch plate, this table, so it's a welding table. Well, can be used as a welding table. Hasn't been used as a welding table in 10 years. Okay, Cotty was a good girl. Hooey. Yeah, he was pretty upset. I mean, the idiots. I wasn't gonna, my wife didn't want me to bring up the disability part. She's, real. She allowed Lewis to cover it, but she didn't want me to bring it up in court. So I'm like, okay, I won't. And then the idiots, they decide to, on their evidence that they submitted, they printed my entire website, and now they brought it up. So it's now fair game. Okay, gotta get these freaking dirty glasses off. Boom. Yeah, I've stepped on a piece of plastic before out here. Coming out here and barefoot or something, and I'm gonna switch camera modes here. Okay. Yeah, that's all they did. They didn't have any full quotes. They just had like a Quora thing. I think Rusty Russ is still on my videos. No, that's Yeti. Yeah. Here, we'll put... Should we restream Yeti? How can we do this? There, we got Yeti up there. Give him a little corner. Yeah, that's not fair. Give him some watch time. Gotta give the other guys the watch time. I remember what it was like when I had no watch time. I was like, man, how do we get the watch time? So, give him. Is Yeti monetized? Yeah, but if you know on the video, I got him to admit they had the firmware. He agreed to send the firmware, send me replacements. He kept insisting to send me replacements. The first time he offered them, I said no, I didn't want them unless you're going to do it for everybody. And he kept insisting, and I'm like, fine, sure, why not? Send me some replacements, but also you're going to send the firmware and stuff, which means, or the schematics and stuff. And he did send the schematics after I filed the lawsuit. So, but then once I filed the lawsuit, he just went quiet and gave me this Jeffrey dude that would just sit there and he's like, yeah, I think we can come to an agreement. And then he crosses out everything, including the apology to the wife. If you go to the blog, you can see I proposed him a settlement, and then I would not get nothing but thermostats, and everybody else would get everything else. I really didn't want nothing, but an apology for the wife, replacement thermostats, and the firmware, and a donation to a nonprofit, at least one nonprofit charity, the one that would help blind kids or visually impaired kids get adaptive devices. And they crossed that one out. It's a long blog post because it's but you can see the proposal there, and you can see their counter offer. They send that counter offer and I think we can still come to an agreement. No, I ain't accepting that. Okay, sweep. If I don't sweep now, I'll forget about it. I kind of late on sweeping anyways. I try to sweep every night out here. Cotty hair everywhere. Capacitors. Resistors. These parts just get all over. How did a friggin' thing of 2 feet of solder get on the floor? Cotty been eating solder again? Just eats that lead solder, man. You're gonna die of lead poisoning. Plus I got the pallet jack in here. I'll get that out. I can move this. Hey. Since I'm doing controllers, I'll put them in order here. I've got. Wait, you got a lot of stuff in a bus, man. All right. I'm gonna get on the microscope. Put my tools up first. I get into the habit of putting my tools up right after use. And some days I'll just be lazy and I won't, and then I get overwhelmed and I can't remember where I put a tool like after 2 days. It's like I gotta keep doing it. Tool control. Put them up. See, like I put that tap in the wrong drawer. Tap goes in that drawer. Arbor. Dremel goes in the bag. Eyeball protectors. Up there. Safety squints, yeah. Oh man, it is an organized disaster. I understand, man. I understand. Organized disasters. Oh, Cotty, she wants her cookies. Gotta give Cotty her cookies. Where'd your cookies go? Oh no. Well, here they are. Here we go. Get the ESD pad. Big old ESD pad with kitty scratches in it. Probably not ESD with kitty hair on it, but it's good enough. I've never killed anything with ESD ever. Okay. Now I gotta find the Windex. Where's the Windex? I forgot to put my cover on my eyeballs. On my poor man's eyeballs. There we go. Let's see, my lenses get dusty. One wipe per lens. What happens if you don't work out here for a week? It's nice having a week off. But I was feeling like crap. My space for rent. Anybody want to rent a space? I'm gonna have a lot more real estate here next week, I think. Yeah. Lux on the lens. Gotta be careful with this lens because I already got a little little tiny scratch in it. Or a piece of okay. Yeah, the day I decided to do some videos like this, I'm all stuffed up, congested. I don't know how us humans can make so much snot. I think this the overhead camera gives the best picture of it all. Okay. And do a couple clips. Okay, so I take off that support, and I angle that support. They just get in the way of the soldering iron. Okay. Then we go gorilla on these. Oh, there's 100 gig. That's not a lot, man. You could burn that up pretty quick. Okay. So, I don't know. Should I just go overhead only? Let me see. I think I can go overhead only. Yes, we can go overhead with Cotty. There we go. But you can't really see what I got going on because the microscope's in the way. But this, you can see kind of what's going on. So I'll leave it on that one. Yeah, so on these, you just go gorilla on the capacitors. I look at it at the microscope, make sure we don't have any leakage that's going to cause us an issue. I can see a little bit of leakage in here. I wish you guys could see this. Maybe the next one on my new microscope will be in and I'll have camera abilities because I ain't got no camera right there. And that is going to be filed on the 7th against Avon, this microscope company, because they refused to sell me the camera tube for the one that has the camera. So I sent them the final demand letter. They signed for it. So they got it. They have till Wednesday by the end of the trial. And then I'm filing the small claims on them on Wednesday. Maybe I'll do it Friday. Because right to repair is valid or effective right now in the state of Washington. And they are the manufacturer. They still sell the item and make it available to people in Washington state. So, okay, this one, I just take the pliers and you just twist. You just twist them off. They're already so corroded with leakage that they just pop right off. It don't take. They just come right off. I mean, barely any twisting. Now, you can see I don't know if you can see the leakage. I was focusing that, but that one's not too leaky. That one held on a little. You can't get these off because the epoxy covers the solder pads. So. But yeah, they're leaky, so they just pop right off. I can see the leakage on the board. That's what I forgot to buy. I needed new X-Acto blades. Okay, then I'd like to take just a drop of IPA. Put it on, let it sit for a minute. Soften the glue. Get up as much. Try not to get it on the bonding wires because the glue will attack the adhesive on the bonding wires. Then you got yourself a mess. So it just, like I said, just a drop. Just put a drop there, 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 and there. And that'll kind of attack the glue because the bases are also glued down. I can't see the chat. Lower lager ale. Isopropyl alcohol. I'm going to get my other device. That way I can see the chat without having to get up. It takes longer to stream working on these, so. Okay, I got my chat window up here. I can I don't give a care about the watch time anymore. It's nice to have somebody to chat to if I'm streaming, but if nobody's chatting, it's kind of gets boring. Okay, see, that one was glued down and it leaks, so the leakage and you just go through and you pop them off easy as possible. They should just come right off. It's like this one, I'll have to probably do some grinding on the epoxy right there to get that one off. There it is. That one came off. I don't know if you can see the brownish in here. That's the leakage of the capacitors. Okay, I have to grind on that one. Grind on that one. Gotta let it. I think the IPA is hydrophobic or whatever they call it, or it absorbs moisture from the air. So I hope my rotary tool's charged. Should be. Go through and might need a bonding wire. Bodge. Okay. Continuity. We got continuity there. Now we take the little pin right here. And no, that's not Northridge Fix. That's just El Cheapo M-Ant D2. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put that on the charger. I might have enough to do one. I wish you guys could see what I could see. I've got a pretty good system down on these, doing almost 200 of them. I know pretty much how deep and right where to go. I don't know if you can see, I just ground the epoxy right in that area. I would like I want a dental air one for dentist. Yes, I want an air dental drill. But them things are expensively nuts, man. I was like, holy crap. But they're lighter. They blow air so that you don't have to go through the dust. Yeah, it's like a dentist. This one's not encased too bad. You got to be very, very careful on this one because there is a capacitor right next to it under that epoxy, and it's a ceramic capacitor. And if you hit that capacitor, it's gone. So you got to be very, very careful. In this neighborhood. Just take off enough so you can see around the outline edge of the plastic. and it will come off. Okay, now that's right there all I had to do right there on that one. Now I'm going to do this one here, and I should be able to take the capacitor bases right out. And this is an aluminum ceramic hybrid board. I'm not going to use the preheater. I have a system now to do the prop. I got a combination of tips and everything to where I can do it with just a little bit of warm air, heat it up slightly, and be good. This one is always a difficult one because it's got a lot of epoxy. But there's nothing really to damage unless you slip. If you slip on these ones, you take out those 3 bonding wires, but only one of them's critical that goes to the microcontroller. And I've already got that pin because I've made errors before and knocked that bonding wire. Ooh. I'm losing juice. Thought I had this. Make sure I can. I wish there was an easier way to do this, but this is the way to do it. I try to stack up 5 or 6 of them. That way I can just go one right after the other, but I don't know why I'm blowing. I've got my little red rocket. My little lens blower works just great, and it don't scare Cotty. I bring out the air compressor, just bring out the hose, and she's crying. She don't like the air compressor. Ah, broke. No. Oh, don't do that to me. Darn it. Darn it, darn it, darn it. I didn't break a bonding wire or anything. I just, the base broke in half. It makes it a little bit more difficult taking it out. But usually they'll pop right off. So. Like that one. That one just popped right out. This one's usually a little difficult to come out, but right on the money. Where that one went there. You can see how much, I don't know if you can see up in there, how much I had to take off, but these are transmission controllers for a Automatic transmission controllers for Mitsubishi Pajero, one of those little key trucks. Yeah. Yeah, lots of leakage. Got it. It was really corroded on there. Yeah, silicon controlled rectifier going bad. Right. I need caps. I just keep a whole TCU Pajero cap kits. I'm gonna need 3 of these. I think I'm gonna have to make more. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make more. I only got a few left. But this is a little niche thing that I do. It's not a bad... They were a pain in the butt. I usually never like to do them. I still don't like to do them, but they pay good. So if I'm not streaming, I can knock them out pretty quick. Streaming, I'm sitting here BSing and everything. Oh man, I have to go blow my nose. My flux, where's my flux? There's my flux. Fresh tube of flux. Barely see what it is. Yeah, I gotta clean that off. Problem with having a shop kitties is hair gets everywhere. Okay. You ain't gotta heat this up too much. Just so it's not room temperature. And if you're using a big enough thermal, if you're using the high thermal mass tip, it works really nice. But it's just breaking through all this crud. Gotta remove the little feet from the old capacitor. And each of these pads, and it's got the horrible I don't know if you can see the little leg. And yeah, clean up all the electrolytic acid. You gotta get a little bit warm, a little bit more warmth. Yeah, using the high thermal mass tip and just a little bit of hot air, it really makes it nicer instead of having to work on the hot plate. It just the legs just come right off. It takes a little bit to heat them up, but once you get some heat in it, the ceramic holds the heat pretty well. And you just scrape the pad with the tip there. A little bit of solder wick. Just clean these pads up. Ooh, $450 for a throttle position sensor, $600 for lift pump. $3K for, yeah, but isn't those high pressure fuel pumps, don't you have to take a whole lot of shit off to get to them? Or is that just the Fords? We're not sure on the Cummins. Use a little bit more heat, but that's good enough. Okay. That is clean of electrolytic acid. Bonding wires intact, no slippage, no cut traces. All four of those pads are ready to install. Remember, $35, $22.35, $22.16, and those right there. Yeah, I stopped working on cars many years ago. I hate working on my truck. I feel you, man. They don't build car parts that last anymore. And I've got me a little 3D printed piece that I use for bending and trimming my leads here. I had one guy throw a fit because I told him I charged $250 to do this, plus shipping, which is not that bad. He's like, that's highway robbery. I'm like, no, it's not. It's what I charge. I'm not forcing you to do it. Well, yeah, you are. You're forcing me because I can't get it done anywhere else. Well, okay, I'll charge you $350 then. Click. Hold on, I got a cough. I gotta blow my nose. Okay. Master electrician, degree wind energy mechanic, motor cars. I've done commissioning on automation equipment. I also have a small machine shop. Yeah, I just got rid of my Tormach PCNC 1100. That was my first, Tormach was my first right to repair win. I just wasn't using it. And the price on them is stupid right now. So, yeah, I'm at 135 an hour for my shop rate, and I should be bumping it up to 150. Yeah, I'm going to be getting rid of my 12 by 36 CNC lathe here shortly. It needs to go. It's in my freaking way. I'm never going to use it again. Okay, gotta get this done. Get this one done. I can slack on the other two. I like when I have the shop prepared, do a whole bunch, but and you can't soak these anymore. I've only you can hit them in the ultrasonic for about 30 seconds, and then you gotta dry them real quick. So I'm not trying to ignore you. Yeah, I was building bang bangs and they kind of, my left coast Washington State here decided we're not going to let you do that anymore. So it's like anytime I think of something I want to build or do, it's illegal, or they make it illegal. So I tell people, man, I just need to start a fast food restaurant and they'll shut them all down, make them illegal. Let's do that by hand. Just, yeah, the leaded solder in this big tip works great on this. I still need to preheat this hair. It got a little cold. I notice when it don't flow, just a little bit of heat, not a lot. And you get a lot better flow. As long as you're working on it and you're always soldering on it, the board, that aluminum plate retains a lot of heat, and you get really, really good flow. Nice and shiny joint there. That's how we like it. Little bit of preheat. And the solder just flows beautiful. A little bit of warmth in that big old tip. And of course, the Styriflux. I got to try the Black Horse Flux, man. Nah. I got a big fan thing blowing over there. It's okay. I always forget to turn them on anyways, so. I can't breathe through my nose, so I'm fine. That one comes off really nice. A lot less thermal mass. And this one, you want to work, if you guys are doing these on your own, you want to work, you want to push your iron this way, not this way, because if you slip, you'll knock those 3 bonding wires, then you're having a bad day. Yeah, I'm in a 500 square foot shop or garage. People are like, why don't you get a storefront, whatever. I'm like, I don't want the I want the overhead, man. See, that board's just roasty toasty still. Just off that little bit of preheat, and these legs just come right out. You can see it. This one's going to need a little bit more heat, I think. Nope, that one came off. Give her a little bit more warmth. Sure beats working on the hot plate, man. I'm pretty happy with the JBC stuff. So it's $5,000 for the setup, but it's worth it. Their build quality is not, they don't have that good a quality control, but we're almost done. It's dirty, but we'll clean it up tomorrow. Get my swab. Be very, very careful if you're using swabs, because they will take out a bonding wire very, very quickly. Just keep the word bonding wire and hell, if I break one, in the back of your mind always when you're working on these, because if you break one, it is a living hell. But I'll be solving that issue really, really quickly here. Just got to clean up all the electrolytic acid. My dream house is postal barn with 12 Conex buried underneath, stacked in a Jewish star for nature. That sounds kind of cool. Are you buying desert land to build that in? That's those pads cleaned. Montana. Uh, how far is the permafrost, or how far is the frost line in Montana, in your area? Yeah, that's one way to get rid of the dirt on the down low. My buddy runs an excavating company. Wonder if Cotty went to sleep. Nope, she's over there watching. Yeah, I miss the bike I miss the most. I had a KTM 500 two-stroke. That's the bike I miss the most. That and my Banshee. But a Banshee's not a bike, it's a quad. I don't know anything about fiber lighting systems. But pay attention here. Sorry. Do not want to slip with the needle of the flux. I've done that before and knocked the bonding wire off. I need a little hot plate. That would be much more economical here. But I would have to inset it into my bench. I used to put surface mount back in these, and it was just way too much grinding to get them to go in right and to get them to flow. So just stick in these, it's acceptable. Stick in through holes. Like the way that looks. There we go. Nice, nice. Should have put a little bit more heat on that one. Yeah, I used to follow motocross, but I don't. I don't do it anymore. I was following some of the racers my uncle was building engines for in the Supercross. Fire One Racing, I believe, is what his company was. He had his own DeMarini handlebar taper, and I think at one time, I don't remember. He'll correct me if I'm wrong. A little bit more foot. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the names anymore. I mean, it back when I watched it, it was McGrath and a few others. But I do not like the look of that one. There we go. Nice and shiny. Okay. Now the cleanup. That's I'm just being sloppy today. It's a midnight stream. I use bent tweezers and half of that. Just a real. I usually use my wash and lawn or whatever they are wipes, but too lazy to reach over and get them. Paper towels are right there, and one layer of them works just fine for soaking up the steary flux. I was using the high temp stuff, but now that I don't have to run it on the hot plate, the regular works just fine. I feel like crap still, man. Wednesday's gonna really suck. Just don't want to overdo myself and have it come back full vengeance for Wednesday. Clean it, sop up that flux. You gotta be very careful not to get the flux around the bonding wires. So I don't use that much flux. It looks like a lot, but I don't. A little bit on that bonding wire. Gotta give that one a little bit of heat here. Liquefy that flux. Okay. I'm not ignoring you. I'm working. So, Travis Pastrana, man. Yeah, didn't he crash and break his neck and die? I remember right. Or who was that did that? He did that at the X Games. And like, was that Panama or Guatemala or something? A little bit of crusty's down. Man, that electrolytic leaked all through right here. Clean up just a hair bit better. Need a little bit more cleaning right there. We'll call this one done. That's clean. Okay. There we go. Clean up the edges and we'll glue it back together tomorrow. And a little wide right there. Sometimes that wheel cuts real thick. Depends on how much plastic it holds up. But number one done. I'll boot her up when I am done with them all. Yeah, I used to run the grandstands at Portland Speedway with Biffle when he was a kid. He was maybe about 15. We were 10, 9, 10. My father used to race with his father and him on his like rookie year. We're trying to get the video of it of Portland Speedway of those years. Some guy, his father used to drive my father's race car called the Galactic Pickle, and his name was Dan Fox, and his son has a bunch of videos from Portland Speedway. And I've got the equipment to transfer them, of course. Yeah, just childhood stuff, you know. I knew I had a bad childhood, but it was kind of a interesting childhood. My mom would drop us off at the Portland Sports Arena, and we'd watch wrestling. And then on the weekends that I'd be with my father, we'd go to the racetrack because he raced cars. And oh man, I forgot to put my darn friggin' thing on the charger. Don't like that one. Sometimes this thing is very picky. It likes that one. Yeah, I don't have a spare one. I need to pick up a spare one of those. But I can get this prepped. I can get most of it prepped. I'm just going to do this, guys, here. A little out of order, but I'll be nice. I'll give them expedited service for no charge, unless I mess up. Yep, she got leakage. Leakage. Ooh, that one's going to be a nightmare. That one's going to take a lot of Dremel. A lot of grain. Oh, this is going to take a whole lot of grain to do. Yeah, it was heavy-handed with the epoxy. Yeah, you tell when they just snap off, just barely touch them and they snap off. All the leakage that they've had. Yeah, I started following air racing for a while. But then I stopped following it because I realized it was way too friggin' political. Wow, they went really heavy on the epoxy on this one. Okay, that one wasn't bad. That cap was probably pretty good because it. See, the inners of it came out. Usually when the inners come out, it wasn't leaking that bad. But all of them get replaced regardless. Just shotgun the whole thing. But you can see it had a little bit of leakage, not under the microscope. Maybe my new microscope will come in tomorrow or today, and I can show you guys what I see. Oh, that one's going to be these are going to be a nightmare. Well, at least they went pretty heavy on the epoxy around the critical bonding wires. I don't know if you can see right here. They went real heavy on those 3 bonding wires with the epoxy, so that is good. Same right there on that one, they went a little heavier. But I don't see any. Just touch that one. Okay, that glue's good. These bonding wires are glued down, so if the electrolytic acid gets into the bonding wires, it destroys the adhesive. Yeah, that one's going to be a pain in the ass. Okay, well, that's charging. I can look at this one. Yeah, not all these get a video. Insomnia Fest, yes. Timothy. Welcome, Timothy. It's only a couple of us. I usually don't stream me working, but there's a very a rarity here. And I've got a head cold, so. Hey, how is this one looking? Oh yeah, capacitor's jacked. We gotta give Cotty cookies. Cotty want cookies? Yes? Cotty want cookies? Cotty want cookies. Okay, kissies? Okay, I get kissies. Here, this is for Timothy chatting. Timothy, the rules are is if I catch you a new chatter, I give Cotty cookies. And I did it one time, had enough chatters, and she puked. I don't do motherboard fixing. Nope, I don't. I fix industrial machinery, motion control, some automotive, like these are automotive transmission controllers for Mitsubishi Pajeros. I do chip programming, a little bit of reverse engineering stuff. But we gotta get these caps out of here. Gotta remember which one's which. Do not get them mixed up, because the turbo's got three transistors and the non-turbo's got 2 transistors. That one's a non-turbo, naturally aspirated. That one's turbocharged TC. Yes, firmware extraction. An SP3 socket for an Epic. An SP3 socket for an Epic. I would not know on the Epic motherboard. Sorry, man. Yep, ECUs, TCUs right now tonight. Yeah, these are for automatic transmission on those little mini trucks. They're unobtainable. I mean, you can get them from Japan, but I can show you one that came from Japan. They don't do too good of a job on their refurbs. Chung capacitors, and they have cold solder joints and broken bonding wires everywhere. Yeah, this one don't have as much. This one won't be that bad. And you have to twist the capacitors off on these. You're not getting them off any other way. There's the epoxy. All that epoxy in there. All that epoxy is. And I've taken an x-ray of that already, so. I'm working on the unboxing video and delivery video of that one, but my video editing skills really suck. That was gross. Get a little bit more controlled on the I'm not gonna bother putting it on that one. Man, this one's gonna be a nightmare. This one's gonna take a lot of grinding. That one, the one that came in yesterday, that's gonna take a lot of grinding. Yeah. I mean, when it costs what, 40 grand to buy it like a side by side for a farm, you can get one of those little key trucks for, you know, $10,000. They're cheaper to work on. Yeah, I'm dabbing alcohol so it'll kind of neutralize the electrolytic and break the glue. Yeah, the little right-hand drive things are pretty cool. Okay, one off. It just went flying. Where'd it go? One down. That one right there. Sorry about my coughing. People do get sick in the world. Okay, that one came off. That one almost had to get into the epoxy right there, but the alcohol broke the bond. Now the hell. Show held for review. I think it it held it for P pump. It held for review. I think it took maybe the P pump or tranny. Okay, gotta let that dry up there. Yeah, I would love to get a pneumatic dental drill. I've got plenty of shop air. I don't think that's going to be charged enough. We'll run it till it goes dead. I think I'll just do this one and call it a night. What time is it? 2:30 in the morning. Oof. I only got like 2 bars on the battery. A lot more powerful. Okay, that one. That one might pop off. Yeah, I think a dental drill would be maybe a little too aggressive. But I've got a couple of these that are junk that nah. Yeah, I liked Arizona. Arizona was kind of cool. Okay. Hard one. Boy, it's going to take a lot. Get aggressive. Yeah, I should have did this instead of playing video games last Tuesday. I should have just did these. But I was feeling it. I was feeling a cold coming on, so I just didn't want to be kind of not on meds or anything. Just be. I didn't take my antihistamines, my Benadryl. Maybe I can do this. The other boards I'm under agreement not to show on my YouTube. So all that other work just don't get shown. If a customer says, I don't want you to show my shit, I ain't gonna show their shit. They're the ones paying me, right? So they gotta let me know ahead of time. Boy, the X-ray machine's gonna come in real handy. Cause I went too deep with the Dremel before and cut some traces, and I had to just put it together, and hopefully I got the traces connected back together, and of course it didn't work. But I told everybody, anyone that are beyond repair, keep them, because I will be getting an X-ray. And I did. Hopefully not 2:40 a.m. Well, if you look at my live streams, they're generally night owl live streams. So I have a circadian rhythm sleep disorder. So whenever I'm awake, I'm awake. Whenever I'm asleep, I'm asleep. Yeah, I might have to go a little bit more on that one. Be sure I'm down to one, down to two bars, 1 to 2 bars. Yeah, when I was doing AK-47 building, I had this dentist, and he drilled some stuff, and he couldn't get it to work. And I'm like, okay, bring it over. I looked at his drilling work, and I'm like, man, I would never trust that guy with a drill in my mouth. You gotta wonder how some of these people freaking survived into their adulthood, man. Okay. A little bit of IPA. A little too much IPA on that one. This guy will be happy. I used to be just like that when I was a kid. My friends would call me the tweaker without the tweak. Because I'd be up 2 or 3 days and I'd just run until I crash. Unless my mom was slipping meth in my breakfast cereal, but I don't know. That one came right off. That one's right there off. Let's go with that one. This one could be this one's a little tricky. You got to be very, very careful because there's some real light traces underneath of it. But that one popped right off. Just don't force it. Just give it a little bit of pressure. If it don't come off, you get a little bit of IPA on there. Just work it a little bit. And the IPA will break the glue bond. And it comes right off. Yeah, my mom sold all mine. Ritalin. That one snapped on me too. Sons of bitch. You for do justice, sons of bitch. Yeah, it broke. Fun. Dig more. It'll come out. Got it. A little different angle. It popped right out. Just don't force it. Okay. Okay. Did I get the lids mixed up? I hope I didn't. I need to be doing this one right there. Not this one. That looks like that lid. I need to do this one. Was I going to do the easy one first? Yeah, because this one had a lot of... Yeah, this was going to be the nightmare. Drop a little bit more. Broke, darn it. Got it out in two pieces. Two pieces. Boy, they really went to town on this one, didn't they? Yeah, it's going to be out 3 or 4 pieces here. Little trick. When they're really tight like that in this area, I like to just get them hot. Get the plastic hot and get it pliable. There it goes. That just had a lot of glue. You can, I don't know if you can see the black spots there. In this area right here, the little black spots, that's glue. Where they glue the capacitors down from the factory. Or it's epoxy that seeps under it. But it makes it a pain in the butt. But just a little bit of heat. All right, we've got a little bit more grinding to do. No, these controllers are U.S. customers. I've got a few importers that just, they import the trucks. And then they just automatically yank it out and send it to me. Because they don't want to sell it and have it come back when the weather changes because it's dead. And sometimes they'll open up the lower kick panel and they'll see and it'll have bad written on it because the person that exported it just automatically pulls out and puts a bad one in. Because what are you going to do once it's imported? You know, you've already wired them the money. And those are the horrible, horrible sellers. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of work on this one. Okay, now I got 3 bars. Don't rush it, just take your time, right? We're not on a race. I mean, I flat rate these, so I've got 2 options. It's $250 and it goes in the normal repair queue. I get to it. When I get to it, and I try not to work no more than about 3 hours a day. Just like that. Doing under microscope time. But sometimes I'll do a little more. And if they want it done within 1 to 2 days of me receiving it, I charge an extra hour of labor. That's an extra $135. Or I offer an exchange program where they send me one and it's like $325 and it's an extra $75 and I just send them one out within a day or 2. And it's just an exchange program, but some people just want theirs done and they'll pay a little extra. So I've got about 5 or 6 turbos in stock and like 2 naturally aspirated in stock that I rotate through. I lost a lot of naturally aspirated. I used to have 5 of each, 5 or 6 of each, and I was doing the exchanges where I'd send them one out and then they'd send it back and they'd never send them back, so I lost like 3 of them. So now I have a rule, they have to send me theirs first and then I'll send them out the exchange. It's the dishonest people that ruin it for the honest people. So yeah, I'm if they want theirs done, like this guy, this came in yesterday. I opened it up on the live stream And since I'm doing them, I'm just gonna give him the expedited service for the hell of it. On me. And same with this guy. This came in 2 days ago. So, or is this an exchange? I don't remember. But this came in like Friday. So. Like it's not powerful enough right now. Yeah, I posted that I've got the x-ray of these, what's underneath this epoxy, and I've had like 4 people, can I get that image? I'm like, not yet. That's my info right now. Well, non-turbos you can pick up for $4,000 or $5,000. I mean, it's cheap if you have a little farm and you don't want to deal with turbos. You know, I know people that don't want to deal with turbos if they're just doing something on a farm. More maintenance. I mean, I've dealt with a lot of turbo aircraft, and they're always a maintenance nightmare. Those turbos, wastegates going open, you know, breaking, and anything that adds more complexity that can have a consumable part that breaks. We got to be very careful. There's a cap showing on that one. Okay, this is what I was telling you guys about on these. You've got underneath the epoxy there, you've got like 1, 2, 3, get a couple caps in there. That cap right there is usually covered with epoxy, but you don't want to grind into that. So you got to be very, very careful if you're grinding around that capacitor base. Hey, I've got 3 speeds now. Oh, there's the speed I was looking for. I like that speed. That's the speed I was looking for. On the turbos, they generally have no redundancy on those, so. But they have to be able to run without the turbo. But most of them are still using mechanical fuel injection. The slinger type fuel injection from the 1940s. Cotty, she's gonna go sleep. She just sits there and watches me, man. Humans, we're their television, man. And I think I need to get me a backup one of these. Oh man, got a lot of epoxy on this one. This stuff's like hard as concrete, man. I have a few more of these I should do that are exchanges. What's P-pump? I gotta explain P-pump. Not familiar with the acronym. Yeah, I'll do this, but I won't take apart a game console. I can't stand taking apart game consoles. Too many screws. Almost there. Man, it's taking a long time on this one. Man, they really flooded this one with epoxy. Like it got way up under the cap. That one's gotta be about it. I mean, these are easy to do. I mean, they're nothing that hard on them. It's just a lot of grinding and dust and. Okay, needs a little IPA. Get that glue to soften. This one's going to be a pain to come out. This one's going to have to come out in pieces, I think. It's going to require a little bit more surgery. We'll get it. Ugh. Been eating too much and not moving the last week, so. And if it's got as much glue as these had on there, oh boy. Got it. Oh. That was a lot of grinding to get down into that thing. That came off good. Gooey acid. Got it. Yeah, and had a lot of glue on it too. Oh, I really had to. You can see how far I had to go into that. I had a lot of epoxy I had to clear out of there. But imagine having to do that all the way around. It used to take a long time to be able to put surface mount caps back in this. And it's just not worth it. All right, wasn't ignoring you. I was just get on a mission. You got to keep that mission going, man. Kind of nice that they went a little heavy on the epoxy on this end. Clean up that acid. Man, that acid is just everywhere down here. Bonding wires. If these bonding wires right here get damaged, it's a goner. Any of these, that one, this one, it's goner. Don't know where they go. Well, I do now. I've got the x-ray of it, but hopefully I'll be able to save even more of these. I'll be having another tier. If you have bonding wire damage, it'll be a little extra. Gotta pay for that x-ray machine. See if I can get some of this glue off of here. Ain't gonna come off. It's gonna stink. Oh, that's gonna be a pain in the butt to resolder that one. Just the epoxy just flooded everywhere on it. Look at that. Get the caps going. I think I've got an exchange sitting under there. Already done. Let me double check. I'm getting beat. Yeah, I've got 2 ready to go. I think those are ready to go. Let me double check. Nope, that one's not ready. That one's not ready. So, I don't have any ready to go. Okay, I gotta be back. I gotta blow my nose. Gotta give Cotty some cookies. Okay, I'm back. Oh, Cole Trickle, how you doing? Kitty gets her cookies. Kitty gets her cookies. All right, I gotta take my stuff. 1 tablet by mouth daily to lower risk of heart attack or stroke. Now, I gotta take my drugs. Just one. Keep my little my blood pump going. I hope the grinder wasn't too loud. Oh yeah, she's a tech junkie. Okay, no more coffee tonight. I do have to kind of sleep. I have trial tomorrow. I'm gonna do these 2 controllers and call it good. Finish these up. A little bit of heat. Before I do that, I need to prep my caps. So, Connie got her cookies for Cole, Trickle. Yeah, I started this at what, 12:30. It's almost 3:30. It's about 3 hours. It's taking me a little longer because I'm chit-chatting. I usually do these in about 35-40 minutes each. If I ain't got no distractions. Gotta put this on the charger. I don't think my suit's gonna fit. I might have to go in blue jeans and t-shirt, man. Maybe I should just wear a wife beater and go all hillbilly. Ooh, that's a 2235. That's the wrong one. How'd the 2235 get in that kit? Yeah. Oops. I gotta make more kits. 2216. Hate it when the leads are not perfectly straight to start with. Okay. Caps are prep. I mean, I could probably put 2235 in a place for 2216, but it was already, I already bumped it up a little bit from a 2210 to a 2216. So, give it a little extra life. Okay, a little bit of heat. Get that aluminum plate right up. Feel the heat radiating. I like this this TR1300 works great for doing all sorts of things. And those just come right out of there. Just a little bit of pressure. Not too much. Start putting too much pressure on it, reheat. There it is. And you put the heat right back into the board with this big old tip. So makes it a little awkward to work with, but pick those leads right out. A little bit, could have used that a little bit more heat. Yeah. Be careful with the wick, it wants to stick. Okay. And I'm going to try to take on more stuff that I can record or stream. I had a little bit of spare change in the coffers this year, so yeah, alcohol just cooled it right back down, so a little warm. Focus the heat right there. A little bit warmer than normal. Don't want to warp the plastic. Lux. Lux is your friend on this board. Yeah, I was using the Styri 8 high temp. It worked great. when it's having to do it on the hot plate, but I like not having to do it on the hot plate. I like this tip. This tip is awesome for this. I'm going to order like 2 or 3 more. I probably won't ever ruin it. These tips last like forever on these, so. As long as you clean it, keep them clean, and double check. Okay, I put that one in right. Okay. I did that once. I stuck a cap in backwards and didn't verify it. So I always verify direction of my cap. Part of my checklist when I go to pack them, before I seal them up, I always verify cap position. Nice and shiny. Yeah, I'll pull up a picture of one somebody else did, or I don't know if they ordered it from China or whatever. I'll put it on my vlog. Don't do it like this. Yeah. When there's that's still hot to the touch. That one's going to be a little difficult down there, I think. Yeah, still hot enough to where you just touch it and it comes right off. Yeah, I see some of these YouTubers, they're doing their soldering their tips just crusty. It's like, if you cleaned your tip, you'd get a lot better thermal transfer. Your soldering would look a lot better. But I'm old enough I can yell at clouds and TV, right? Gonna need a little bit more heat in that one. Not a spot at the edge here. Just like that. Comes right out. Good to go. How's Cotty Kitty over there? She's got her back to us. Must upset her. Okay. Clean pads. And get all the ickies off of here. Yeah, the heat, the soldering iron heat gets rid of all that crusty, the flux helps take care of it too. The dried up electrolytic acid. Looks like tree sap, dried up tree sap, but it smells like fish. Leak kind of on those. Clean them up. Looks good. I need to start going on walks again. You guys want to go on nightly walks? I'll be more than happy to go on nightly walks. Comment. You'll be watching this later. And I'm still only at 660 Fahrenheit. So running the iron a little low tonight too. So. Flux. Getting worn out here. Yeah, you guys kept saying you never do work on your live streams. Well, I'm doing work on my live streams. Only got 3 watchers, but it is 3 in the morning. Well, it's like 6:30 in the morning, East Coast time, so people are getting up, having their coffee. You know, the slaves to the world. But then I call my viewers slaves, right? I like the way that joint looks. Okay. Touch that one up. I'm a little cold, that's why. Guys, put a little bit more heat into that bottom plate. And don't take a lot of heat. You can get a feel for it if you do enough of them. A little bit more flux there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to give that Black Horse flux a try. Okay, those are good. Okay. Little retard moment there. Still warm. So a good indicator is if you got your flux on there and your flux starts to melt, you're hot enough. Well, using this theory at least. This is going to be a little pain in the butt. I don't want to melt the cap. I'm going at this angle. I just don't like. Okay. And try the little guy. This little guy's not going to do it. Yep. A little bit under that cap, but unavoidable. Could not get in there. Good enough. It's so high of epoxy right there. Each one of these is a little bit different. You need to get a smaller cap for this area here. No, I tried the smaller cap. Couldn't get the soldering iron in there. Or couldn't get the big tip. Like trying to put a big block Chevy in a little Asian. Or BBC in a little Asian car, you know. Very, very careful. Almost took that bonding wire out. Okay, this customer's going to be happy in the morning. He's a Washington guy. He's a local. I like to treat my locals a little bit better. Is that wrong? No, I'm kind of busy Wednesday. So, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I'm going to be a wee bit busy. A little bit more. Yeah, I want to try that black horse where you just put a little bit of IPA on it and the flux just dissolves away. I think it says Whiskey Tango. Much cleaner. One more wipe. I've seen some of these come in where somebody's done them, and it's just a mess. It's just Hiroshima, man. Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But I'll put that one on my blog. That it was just like last week, maybe over the weekend, the guy messaged me and he was like, "Can you do this one?" He sent me a picture of it. I'm like, "Nah, whoever did that destroyed it." It was for like a Daihatsu. And I'm sitting there going, "Yeah, no, nothing's beyond repair." Sometimes I won't know until I get it on the bench. If somebody else has worked on it, how bad it is. But that one I could tell right off the bat. It has lifted pads, broken bonding wires. It was heavily worked on. So it would take way more time than it's worth just to replace it. Found economical repair. I still got a little bit of flux residue here. Yeah, I'm gonna try Black Horse Repair Flux. See how it works on these. Because I gotta just manually clean them. I can't. Grab that one. Take it down just like that. Okay. Another one done. All good. One more to go. That one's almost done. Just got to clean up the dust. Okay, these two are, I think this one here is going to Puerto Rico, if I remember right. I was sick, and I didn't want to open up. I could barely talk, so didn't want to do an opening video on it. I mean, I did an opening video, but I'm not going to post it. It was horrible. It's got a lot of leakage. This one was bad. Usually hot climates is where they have a lot of issues. I need to go through and figure out where all these carbon painted resistors, what their values are too. I need to go through and do those. Clean up all this dust. This one's really bad. It's got a lot of leakage. Yeah, I wouldn't trust doing this by hand. You got to really have a microscope to get in here and really get it clean without damaging anything. I'll spend more time on this one than all the others cleaning up. The nice thing about the ceramic board is it don't seep into it like it does the FR4. So you really don't get a lot of trace damage. The only thing really you get is it eats the glue on the bonding wires. So these bonding wires there look like they've been attacked a little. Did I already check that one? No, I haven't checked this one, and this one's covered in epoxy. Okay, it's good. Yeah, as long as I get 3 or 4 of these a month, I'll keep doing them. And I usually get more than 3 or 4 a month, so. And it's 2 already this month, and it's not even the first week. I think there's a couple more people called, and they're wanting to send them. So. Feel that heat. Oh, I need another cap kit. I think I gotta order caps. Run them low. Yeah, I'm running way low. I've got 4, and I probably got enough for 5. I gotta order more caps. I got other caps. I just gotta make more cap kits. And I got boxes and boxes of caps. I just gotta put them together. We can take one out of this. Went a little backwards on that. So 2216, 2235. Throw that 2235 back in the bag. Because that if all else fails, I can use a 35 volt right there if I'm out. Rubicon. I know I'm not high tech and fancy with a microscope cam, but Maybe this year. Maybe this year. We'll see how my package arrives today. My package arrives today, I'll invest a little bit more. But I gotta earn back the money from the x-ray machine. That's a pretty good purchase, so. I hope trial tomorrow goes good. And I hope my suit fits me. Last time I wore my suit was right to repair signing with the governor. Okay, I need to call and get a couple quotes today on a couple things. Yep. Is Connie awake? Connie's awake. And she wakes up and wants cookies. Okay. Let's get this last one done. 3:52. Oh, 4 hours. No, 3.5 hours. Not bad. Reheat that. Still a little warm. Right off with a little bit of heat. I like that. I've seen people where they scrape the hell out of these, bust all the traces. It's like, no. Yeah, working at 660, which I don't know what that is in Celsius. I'm old school, so I still use Fahrenheit. That came loose. New piece of wick. That one's had a little bit of, this one's had a leakage for a very, very long time. Pads are kind of weak. You can see the acid's eating into the pad a little bit. There would be those pads right there, nice and clean. Yeah, am I still streaming? Still showing like locked at 3 viewers there. Yeah, I'm still streaming. I'm lagging pretty good though. Yeah, I think I'm gonna, when I get my new bench area built, I'm gonna put my preheater into the bench. I think I'm gonna get a smaller one. That way I'll have just like a small little area about the size of the bottom of this. That way I'll just set it right on the bench and do it. But I've been experimenting with no preheater lately, so my preheater's sitting right here, so it's just I'd have to bring it all the way out here, and it's a pain in the ass. This don't interrupt my workflow as much. Yeah, she took a flow. I like it when it flows. You get older, you like it when it flows. Okay. Barely enough heat to get that, but that flowed good. Let it flow, let it flow, let it flow. Flux is good. Yeah, that looked scary for a minute there. I had to double check that. Wire looks scary. Had a lot of acid leakage in this area. That just don't want to work. Okay, I'm gonna work the way I told you not to work. Don't want to have to. Just covered in epoxy. And to coax her out of a hole. Getting a little cool. I gave away all my secrets tonight. Oh well. If somebody else can start doing this too, more the merrier. So yeah, I hope this year I'll be streaming a lot more repairs. Down to 2 watchers, I must be boring. I gotta remember to put my shirts in the washer. Hanging in the closet collecting dust. At least I'm not really sick like I was Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I was feeling like crap. Apparently I woke up on New Year's Eve around 12:45 or 11:45ish. Said Happy New Year to everybody and went right back to sleep. I took like 4 Benadryl and went back to sleep. Oh, we're out of it. You notice I do have an order I put these caps in. And so I start with these 2. I do that one, this one, and then that one. Because if you do this one first, then you're having to work over it. And if you do, you could also do that one for second, but I just like to do the small ones first. Yeah, a little bit more heat. I'll have to change the title of this. So people find my video. I didn't think I was going to be doing these, all three of these tonight. I thought I was just going to do one or two. But I'm using a quick TR 1300 hot air station, JVC DDE soldering stations, JVC tip, senior tip cleaner. Last cap, then clean up. Man, I'm in a mess. Usually my pile's huge over here. So. Might need to make these. Now, when there's the normal amount of epoxy there, the iron fits in there nicely. But when they give you a mountain of epoxy right up to the pads, it makes it a pain in the ass. There we be. Nice and shiny, shiny. Yeah, people are like, why don't you do game consoles and stuff? And everybody in their mind's doing them. And like I said, I don't like taking things apart. It's just not fun. When it ceases to be fun, I don't want to do it. You know, doing transmission controllers and CNC motor drives, elevator lift boards and stuff. It gets somebody to work. It helps somebody other than playing video games. I mean, I like video games. I just can't play them worth crap. Maybe if I could play video games, I would enjoy them, but you know, when somebody comes to you with a controller and their machine's down, that's their livelihood, and you can get them up and going in a day or two versus waiting 6 to 8 weeks for the factory to provide them something. You save their business. Or the guy that's got the relies on his Beater's 90 vehicle. Beater Honda Accord, and he needs his ECU done. It's his only modes of transportation. More rewarding. Yeah, it's going to be fun to go through the x-ray of this thing closely. I mean, they're like high definition x-rays, like 3184, 2160 or something like that. So, resolution on them is pretty good. And I can zoom 1.4x or 2x. I wish I had the next up machine. It'll go up to 10x at the same size as. I'll find one. I mean, I got this machine. Reasonable. Seller's got another one he offered, but it's dead, won't boot. I really don't want to deal with a dead machine, but if he sells it for cheap enough, I'll buy it. I like to have redundancy. Two things that I depend on. I mean, I still got all my Hawko soldering gear. Never know. It might break. Go around all these legs. Clean up this flux. Be careful not to flood the bonding wire. Glue points. Sound like a broken record, but I repeat it to myself so I don't screw up. Keeps me alert. One more wipe down. I'll do the power up checks before I seal them. They'll power up. Usually if you have something bad, catastrophic failure, I'll take a picture of the next one that comes in. You'll have a blown spot right where the transistors are. They're right underneath that epoxy there. And you'll have a burn spot on the bottom. You'll end up with a burn spot on the bottom. I can just flip it over, look and see if you got a bad transistor. Yeah, a bad transistor. I don't take those for trade-ins. So, or you'll end up with a burnt pin inside here. Usually, if you have a burnt pin inside here, it's on your power line, and then your Zener diode right there, it's shorted, and you'll have burnt transistors. And if that happens, you've got something else going on inside your transmission that caused that to happen. Or you hooked up something reverse polarity or something going on. You never know what these guys do to these things, man. Yeah, she's pretty filthy. At least they got all the acid off the board. That's all that matters. It'll never be factory clean because you can't do any other major cleaning but a light wipe down. I mean, I can go through all the trouble, lighten up the ultrasonic and dip them in there for 30 seconds, then you gotta wait a day for them to dry. Then you risk blowing a bonding wire because the ultrasonic it's not worth it. Little patience. Yep, nice and clean. Fold them down. I think these two are Rubicons, Nishikon. Nope, these two are Rubies. They didn't have those in Nishikon's last order. There we are. 3 transmission controller done tonight. There it is. Yeah, and didn't cut too clean. I attempted it. That was because I was not feeling well. I just said hell with it. Oh, and you can see right there, I broke a brown. I kept breaking. I just was not steady enough. But I'll glue these up tomorrow. Ship them out Wednesday. Got to do their invoices. I mean, even the ones I did tonight didn't turn out too well. Okay. Clean up. Call it a night. Oh. What? What? You want a cookie? She wants a cookie. Cap kit bags. Empties go on this side. So I can do 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 5. Definitely, that'll bring me in the next month. Unless somebody sends me 5. We got plenty of diodes for tomorrow or Thursday. Yeah, TCUs are pretty simple to do. I'm way dusty. Joey Gibson for Senate? I think he's in jail. Might be. One of the Proud Boys. I know they arrested a whole bunch of them a couple years back. Here's the variety of tips I use. Then I've got a few more. This one's JBC rep gave me that one. Works good. Only used it once or twice. Then I got a paddle. I mean, anything I use really, really often is in the holders here. Not so often goes in that holder or in a drawer. I've really went Freddy Krueger on my mat. I need to get a new one. But finding the sill pats are pain in the butt. Haven't looked recently, but you know, all that sticky flux is ready for next time. I don't have to do it when I'm ready to work. I got rid of my CNC, and then now I don't have, it was a catch-all forever. Now I don't have any, I need a shelf in the spot of that, so I don't really have as much room as I thought I was going to have. I need to get rid of this lathe. Now give me some, and I can move the APS into its permanent home. Need to get it provisioned and advertised and get it working, earning. Got any one more cookies? Three invoices to send, and then I can go to bed. It's 4:30, so that was 4 hours. How long have I been streaming? Almost 4 hours. That's not bad. It should have only taken me 3 of those. 40, 80, 2 hours. Took me an extra 2 hours. Plus, what was I doing ahead of time? I don't know. And I could usually done 3 in 2 hours. I can do 4 in 2 hours if I'm hauling, but well, I didn't need to turn on the power supply or anything today. Multimeter. I do need to grab my cable. Here it is. Cable for tomorrow. And power them up and make sure they work. I've already done a video on that. You guys can keep seeing that. This for the turbos. You've got solenoid 1, shift solenoid 1, shift solenoid 2, shift solenoid 3. And the nons, you only use 1 on the naturally aspirated. There's only 1 and 2. You got your power, your ground, and your power. And these are not used. I need to actually pull these pins out of this connector. I need to make me a board so I can put them under load. But there's a lot of stuff I need to do. But I power them up, make sure the solenoids activate. And I check to see if it's got clock. Make sure the CPU is good, and I glue her up. The CPU's dead, she ain't gonna have any clock. But I've never had a CPU dead in these plastic ones. Need to retake that thumbnail with these. Set that up for a thumbnail. That'll work. And we got Cotty in there. Okay, make sure we got that new thumbnail with transmission controllers in there. Yeah, okay, we got Cotty in the picture. Cotty's. Why? She's such a loyal kitty. Mawa Mania Memes, how you doing? Cotty gets cookies now. Somebody popped in for a chat. This is from Mayo Memes. Give Cotty the cookies. You missed all the fun. I actually did work. Hey. My thermal camera, I'll be needing that. That thing paid for itself the first week I had it, man. Motorola to a cell tower diagnostics kit. Oh yeah, a lot of the old stuff like that is on the surplus market. Be interesting to see what it is. Probably spectrum analyzer or something. In the gigahertz range. She's gonna knock over the cookies. He wants more cookies. I don't work on cell phones. You will not find me working on cell phones in this shop. Cuts. Cutties. Trying to get a good screenshot with her in it. Oh, she's looking dead to straight on. Yeah, I've been streaming for 4 hours. I need to get a hold of Black Horse Repair and order some of his flux. Give that a try. Okay. I know I'm missing something. I gotta do something else. I don't know what it is. I know today I'm gonna be printing a forest. So, getting my little script together. How's my battery doing on this? Getting pretty low. What's the model number of it? That always helps. Okay, I need to get these two here. This one came in this one was beat. I attempted it, but I told the person I'll attempt it. No guarantees. It was bad, and I need to X-ray it to see where it's broken. See what's not connected. But I must have missed something, or just something's not right. But it came back. I gave the guy like a refund less $50 credit, even though it was supposed to be a take it or leave it type deal. But let's see, I don't have a long enough USB cable. Oh, I don't have a long enough extension cord to run that. I could X-ray it on live stream. CT Systems Inc. Model 2500. Who is CT Systems Inc.? Industrial plating, IT infrastructure, CT link systems in the Philippines, producer of communications test gear. Let's try Model 25. Is there like a B or A or anything? Try like maybe a. Have you tried the Siemens? It's like an autocoagulator. It's industrial automation. Communications monitor. Maybe WaveTech 2500. It says it's used for testing AM/FM transceivers, particularly radio and satellite communications. That's what I'm finding here. Similar to the Model 3000B. 2500 model reportedly had cellular test capabilities. Try CT Systems WaveTech 2500. Now let me pull up my browser. Does it look like that? I don't think it allows links, but okay, I need to get. That's what I was going to do. I was going to try to get the other. That's the manual right there. The link above. I think it allows me to post links, but I can't take links from you guys. So. Stupid YouTube. Yeah, there's probably accessories. They'll probably be listed in there. But that's the manual. Wasn't that difficult to find. All you got make and model number. Pretty much all that old equipment's available. Programmers. My programmers are dusty, man. They've been sitting idle the last month and a half. I haven't had. The last chip programming was mid-November. Oof. Yeah, chip program was slowed way down. Yeah, turn that programmers back on. I don't know. I didn't look at the manual. I just found it for you. They're probably e-waste. God, she's up all in my stuff over here. You can take them apart and take pictures and I think I've got like 12 cameras. Not all of them are active. Got my face camera there. Got the Mage well there. I need I got a lot of stuff to do. What's up, JFix? Cuddy gets cookies. JFix is back. Yeah, I can't believe we had enough. We had all those chatters out one night. We overfed her and she puked. Most of these are USB. I can run them all at once too. It just depends on how many. When I was building this computer, I made sure that like the motherboard had multiple USB lanes going to the CPU. They were CPU controlled USBs, and then chipset controlled USBs. This thing has, this motherboard's got 2 chipset controller USBs, and then it's got another USB for the or it's got a third USB, but then it's not USB, it's Thunderbolt. That's a separate controller. And then I've got another USB 3 controller plugged into a PCI slot. So that gives me another what, 4, but I can only run actually only two cameras. And that's pretty much all my endpoints. And then I've got the Magewell capture card right there. So I thought I had a scene. That's microscope single. Nope, I don't have the microscope camera. That's the solder bench. And go direct Cotty cam. And it all depends on the resolution too you hook them up at too. Some of them won't. I have to drop down to HD. I can't HD. I can't do 4K. Yeah, I don't got the microscope hooked up. Cotty bench cam. Overhead. And the chip programmers. There's me. There's all mess. I'm going bald. Look at that, man. That's like balding. Fold over. Yeah, I've got, yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And outdoor cameras, but I don't have those set up in my scenes. So, more than you. Yeah, let me turn on the programmer camera real quick here. I see that little tower box way over there where the mill used to be. That's the X-ray machine. And this is a low resolution picture because I'm not posting a full resolution picture of it yet. Not to the public, because this is my little niche. I don't want it all the way out there, but that's what I just got done working on, transmission controllers. And here's the 3 transistors. If those pop, blows through the epoxy. Another transistor there. But it really helps. Yep, BGA balls. There's a lot of times you need to find the in-circuit programming lines where they break out to somewhere on the board if you're trying to back up or recover firmware. And you have to sometimes lift the BGA chip to find them. I can just x-ray it and chase them out. No need to remove the chip. Save a whole lot of time. And it literally takes just a few minutes to do the x-ray. So it's going to be a very, very, very handy. And I mean, the x-ray size is like HD. It's like 3,400 by 2160 or something like that. I can't remember the exact. I'd have to look it up. I wrote it down. Let me go to my notes here. And then I'm new at the x-ray stuff, so I'm learning it. Oh, I got orders to pack too. Damn it. There you go. Yeah, 3072 by 2148 is the image size that it gives you on. So you're blowing up, that's on a 4-inch by 6-inch area. So it gives a really good, let me download this one here. Yeah, this is like a quarter resolution, maybe like 10, 20, 14 something, half the resolution. That's just 2 little PLCC chips at 2x magnification. So, and I made the image half size just because I didn't want to throw a full-size image out there. But you can clearly see the bonding wires inside the chip. But I'll have to learn how to read the radiograph. Yeah. Ooh, today's going to be busy. But I had to get those transmission control. I had to get 2 of them done. But people kept asking, am I ever going to do work on my live streams instead of just screw around? I did work tonight. I hope you're happy. But there's this thing right here. I'm going to put it up. This is an oddball chip. It's like some sort of amplifier, I think. It's got a Tektronix part number on it, which is made by Max Tech. It's a ceramic board. I hope UPS shows up early today. I hope the seller packed this one fine. The last time was horrible. Huh, Cotty? Okay, got her sitting down. We save screenshot. Save preview screenshot. I gotta change the thumbnail. So I'm gonna give you guys a couple more minutes if you want to chat. If not, I'm gonna call this stream done. Gave away all my secrets on these transmission controllers tonight. That phone went dead. Only 49 views. I said and work. Just emailed, showed all my emails. Oh no. No, I didn't show the emails. I got like 25 that I gotta go through here. Just Rumble notifications. I rarely watch Rumble anymore. eBay notifications that, hey, new match. That person's wanting way too friggin' much for something. Cyclone Max programmer, PE, nope, not interested. Chip programmer, not interested. Upline, got some high density receptacles, nope. Don't want that either. That's way too old of a JVC. Core parts does not perform basic functions and appears to be non-radio. Power's on. Asking way too much. Yeah. I guys asking way too much for a broken Faxitron. I got 3 orders on my eBay to ship. Surge. Nope. Chinese clone. Don't want it. Yeah, I don't know. I'll try to talk to the seller, but I don't want something that's dead. Pay $600 shipping on something that's dead, and have it just be scrap. So I've done a lot of research on these Faxitrons, and it's usually the UPS nukes on them or the power supply nukes on them. And once that's done, it takes out the tube. So if the tube's out, it's scrap. What? You get mad? Hey, I'll give you cookies. I'm getting a little demanding. Yeah, I'll be doing some live streams with the X-ray machine. Said I'm gonna probably end up dosing myself a lot. I need to get a meter for safety. If I have a radiation leak, if any of these right to or companies denying right to repair, they might make me angry. I'll turn green. But it's almost 5 a.m., 8 o'clock on the East Coast. I'll give it about 2 more minutes. Call it a day. I'll make it 4.5 hour live stream. I gotta move some of this stuff up off the floor. Put it up on the bench. Oh no, I gotta keep the bench clear because UPS is bringing something that I have to unbox on a live stream today. So later on a live stream, I'll be doing another live stream later on today. And they better put padding in this one. My mic wasn't all the way up. Now my mic's all the way up. Or is it? I hope I'm not muffled sounding again. Where is my MAGA hat? I don't know where my MAGA hat went. Put a MAGA hat over my lenses to keep the dust off. I don't know where my MAGA hat went. Trigger warning hat. He just follows me everywhere. Yeah, I need to get. That's what I got to remind myself to make that call this morning. Call the major well dealer and see about getting my cables. I sent the order form in. Never got a response. So that's 4 hours, 30 minutes. Have a good day. See you later this afternoon or early evening.